Hello. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Hello, it is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Thank you all for stopping by today's stream. Thank you all for being here today. I don't know. I hope that everyone's having a lovely evening. Thank you, Panda Hero Rue, for joining. Panda Hero Rue. How was your stream? Well, World of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck? Is that a recent game or is that an old game? Because I could see either way. I don't know. Kingdom Hearts has completely thrown my ability to understand Disney properties in any meaningful or intelligible way. So you could tell me either. You could tell me that this game is from 1985 or from 2015, and I would believe either one. I could believe either one. Retro stuff. Ooh, okay. I see. So this is an old game. Okay. Yeah, I had no idea. I hope it was good. I always kind of assume that when it's like a retro tie-in game from the early 90s, it's like a Disney or a Warner Brothers game. I always assume that those are really hard. Maybe it's just because I remember the Game Gear Lion King game that I think was ultimately considered excruciating by most people who played it. I think was the ultimate consensus on that particular game. Beat it in about an hour. Okay, so very easy. And Gain Ground was tormenting you. I see. Well then. In either event, welcome in. I hope that you and your community, your folks, are feeling nice and comfortable and warm this December. I've put the sweater back on. I've put my sweater back on because it is winter time. Hello. I haven't gotten in any of the hellos. I have not gotten in my hellos. Hello, obviously, to Seribots. Hello to myself. Hello to Almantas. Hello to Pandahira. Hello to X_A_N_A_D_U_. Hello to Night Jaren. Hello to Gringotts Underwriter. And of course, hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. Today I'll get to what I'm doing. I guess I can say it. My plan for today is to do some calligraphy, to do some left-handed calligraphy. I have not been working on my left-hand skills very much lately. I do not want to lose them, right? I do want to keep my left-hand skills, if not sharp, then at least semi-capable. It is simply too funny of a party trick to just give up. Without a fight. It is simply too silly of a trick. So I will be doing left-handed calligraphy when I get to that. And that will be what I will be doing today. And I'll talk about this more again later because I put it in the stream title and, may as well let some people filter in, and I'll go back and forth on it. The Streamer Awards was late last week, over the weekend, something like that. And people are raising a bit of a stink about feeling like somebody deserves or doesn't deserve this or that award. Mostly in the VTubing category because the person who won in the VTubing category has a strange model. And Hello, RG Noir. Hello, Noir. Lovely, Noir. Good to have you here, my dear. Uh, uh, do, 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 do. Yeah, Noir and I were in a major in a collab last night. Hello, Aspen. Hello, Aspen. Hello, Aspen. Welcome in. Good to see you here. Yeah, well, and here's the thing about award shows. This is the most important thing about, not just award shows, about awards, okay? About any award that is given out more than once. The rule about awards is men honor awards, awards do not honor men. Okay? That's the rule. That is the rule. What matters in an award is not... An award is the cumulative effect of all of the people who get that award, right? It is not something that just happens in isolation. And so you only really... You are not actually obligated to care about an award that you don't care about. Like, you just... They don't actually have power over you. To use a pretty obvious and uncomplicated example, the Grammys are embarrassing. Just by and large, the Grammys, like, the default... A Grammy is not an honor. Getting a Grammy is just asinine. The Grammys as an award group have demonstrated repeatedly that they have absolutely no taste and frequently don't even understand the genres that they're talking about at a basic level. And so, who cares? Right? Like, this is... This is not worth caring about because the people doing the awarding are fools. So you can just ignore them. Well, there's awards that, like, I can understand why you would care about them because they indicate something, but also I think that worrying about getting I think Zandu, you're thinking about it on the other angle from what I'm talking about, which is as audience members, as members of the audience, why would we care about a given award? Hello, Youthless. Why would you, Xanadu, why would I, Almantas, care about a given award? And in the case of arts awards in particular, the reason why you would care at all is because it's coming from an awarding body that has a demonstrated track record of good taste. And discernment. And that the award causes the person who's being awarded, the thing that's being awarded, to be associated with other people who are highly honorable or highly skilled or impressive. And so, you know, like Youthless and I are talking about, the Grammys have such an incredibly robust track record of utterly boneheaded decisions that you don't have to respect them at all. Like, you just don't have to hand it to them. Yeah, you just don't. You can just live your life free of the Grammys. And in fact, I think I like, even though I know like a fair number of music people, I don't know anybody who looks at the Grammys and is impressed by it. Whereas the Academy Awards does have a track record of not uniformly, but pretty frequently choosing pretty good films. And outside of the animated category, where they are disastrously incompetent. But for like the supporting actor category is like legitimately kind of worth paying attention to, right? Like, and I have a friend who most years will do a little mini film festival with friends where he tries to get through every Best Picture nominee Yeah, the animation's ridiculous. Oh, Kirill is here. Kirill is here. I thought you were live. I thought you were live. Yeah, zero musicians ever care about the Grammys. Exactly, Noir. The Grammys are not worth giving a crap about. What was Kirill up to? Brock the Investigator. That is a good name for a game. I've never heard of it, but that is a good name for a game. Yeah, I mean, the thing for me, Noir, with the Grammys that always stands out is that the first time they had a Best Metal award, they gave it to Jethro Tull, which I don't even hate Jethro Tull. They're just not a metal band. And when they finally did get around to giving it an award to Metallica, they gave the award to... they gave them the award for Saint Anger in the same year that The End of Frigging Heartache came out. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Saint Anger. Yes, Saint Anger. Yeah. Saint Anger. And over End of Heartache. Like, over The End of Heartache? Like, what, like a top 5 American... Yeah, like ridiculous. Ridiculous. So you can see, like, me and Noir are illustrating, like, don't care about the Grammys. You shouldn't care about the Grammys. Multipath point and click adventure game with some side scrolling. Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting. It's like a cardboard box. Metallica has made many contributions to the field of music, and one of those contributions to the field of music is screwing over members of your own band out of a completely pointless sense of pettiness. Weird band. Weird band. Absolutely strange band. But yeah, the Grammys are ridiculous. The Grammys are ridiculous. It's impossible to take them seriously. You shouldn't take them seriously. And I don't want to be too mean about the Streamer Awards because it's like it's just like a lot of people I don't care about. And like I don't know if the DMCA thing itself is Metallica's fault, but they were advocates for stronger intellectual property rights for musicians, which is confusing. Peanut is the same as Drake. That is the harsh Noir. That is the meanest thing I've heard anybody say about Drake. Ring of Birds, thank you very much for the follow. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. I don't know either, Shark Ray. I can talk more about the game awards because I can talk a little bit more about those because I know enough about video games and enough about the award shows. As far as I can tell, Noir would know better than me. As far as I can tell, musicians don't care about any award show. Like, you might care about, like, your local city's music award show. Yeah. Nap. It's Nap. Nap is one of my favorite streamers of all time. Hello, Nap. Nap should win. Nap should win for Hidden Gems. Admittedly, the person who won for Hidden Gems seemed perfectly lovely. So I was like, whatever. Mercury Prize, but quality is subjective, and again, it's about demonstrating taste. Like, so, I should not win Hidden. I don't feel like I'm even hidden. I don't know. Maybe this is also like a sense of like scale, right? A scale problem. I think I'm not a particularly big streamer, but I feel even weird applying for like small streamer awards. But yeah, in the case of games is one where I like to kind of highlight that, like, there's actually multiple competing game award shows, and the NPR one's actually good. Oh, the BET Awards are true. True, the BET Awards is actually pretty... the BET Awards does have a good track record. BET track awards does have a good record. If the winner of Hidden Gems is someone you've never heard... Yeah, that's fair, Addict Null. That's fair. And the... Like, let's use the most extreme example, right? Let's just, like, jump all the way ahead to the ultimate super extreme one. that is like the most obnoxious example I could use, because I hope people have caught on to this by now. I like to start at the boundaries. I like to start at the extreme end of things and then work my way backwards, right? I like to start with the most extreme and frankly often boring examples because they demonstrate principles, right? This is how you do things in the sciences, is you start with, what happens under extremely high pressures, right? You start with these really extreme examples because that kind of tells you what the limitations are. And so let's start off with the most extreme award. What is the most extreme set of awards on the planet? The one that has the biggest deal, that has the biggest hoopla about it? It is the Nobels. X Games is such a funny answer, Nav, but it's the Nobels. It's the Nobels. So, for those of you who are unfamiliar, and I would be really surprised if anybody here was, the Nobel Prizes are monetary prizes for living contributions in a variety of fields that were founded by Nobel himself from all of the money that he made from dynamite, because there's a very strange belief in the early 20th century that like dynamite was primarily about blowing up people maliciously. Very strange. Very strange. There was absolutely a belief that dynamite was going to be used like nuclear weapons, right? That was like actually a belief that people had. But yes. So the Nobel Prize, Noir, and so this is what I was getting at, Noir, right? This is what I was getting at, Noir, is that there's medicine, chemistry, physics, right? Those are the really classic ones. And then there is a Peace Prize. And then there is the Literature Prize and the extraordinarily fraudulent. I don't even know how they get away with it legally. Level fraudulent economics prize. Like, I legitimately, I'm not sure how they haven't been sued into oblivion for that one. Because it's not even like the same organization. But the whole point of it was actually the Peace Prize. The Peace Prize was the actual point, but the other ones were to, support people to continue doing their chemistry and their physics and stuff like that. I don't know if it was the most potent explosive, because potency is complicated to measure, but it was the most industrially useful. That's awesome, Nap. That rocks. I've never been to Stockholm. I'd love to go one day. The point with this is, though, that as Noir has alluded to, and as I'm sure, I don't know how many people are aware of this, well, actually, let's start with the other one. Let's start with the Literature Prize. The Literature Prize is legitimately good. The Literature Prize is like legitimately a really good prize. The Literature Prize winner last year was Han Kang, and this year is Krasnokoi. Yeah, those are people who deserve to be recognized for outstanding achievements in literature. They're incredible. If you see somebody win a Nobel Prize in literature, most of the time, they're an extremely good writer. That's actually entirely reasonable. I do not have enough intelligent things to say about the chemistry, physics, and medicine prizes. I know a little bit about the chemistry prize, and usually the chemistry prizes are good, but often extremely late. I remember 2005, it was for discovering the mechanism of the Haber-Bosch process, which is holy crap, I can't believe that guy was still alive. Oh, that's interesting. That's a good point, Youthless. Yeah, I'm not saying it's free of controversy. I'm saying, though, that if somebody wins the award, it's usually a pretty good indicator that they it indicates similarity with people who are also good writers, which indicates a certain amount of taste and intelligence, stuff like that. Peace is a completely different story. Also, hell yeah, Ring of Birds. For a sec, I definitely did read that as I've eaten a square cake in Nobel. What is a square cake in general? I don't know what the most recent Nobel Chemistry Prize was, because I don't read that. I don't pay as much attention as I probably should. But the Peace Prize is an absolute joke. The Nobel Peace Prize is ludicrous. the Nobel Peace Prize is just absurd. I as far as I can tell, like, you can make a pretty lengthy list of Nobel Peace Prize winners who are also war criminals. Like, that's a pretty lengthy list. There's even a VTuber has an entire bit that is like doing that who's that Pokemon, and it's who's that war criminal, and every single one of them is a Nobel Peace Prize winner. Well, I mean, it's not just every president of the United States, you know, it's people like F.W. de Klerk and Aung San Suu Kyi, right? Like, they find a woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize, and it's Aung San Suu Kyi, a genocide heir. Like, it's ridiculous. Frigging Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize. Henry Kissinger got a Nobel Peace Prize, and he is like, he's like two of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, they were trying to give it to, it's one of the two people who refused the Nobel Prize was not him, there's not Kissinger, but Kissinger's counterpart. He was supposed to share the Nobel Peace Prize with a Vietnamese diplomat, and the Vietnamese diplomat was so insulted that he refused the prize. Which is pretty fair. And the other one who refused, if I recall, because there may have been another one since then, but when I was growing up, there were two. The other one was, the other one who refused the prize was, what's his name? The French pedophile. I know everybody's going to be like, oh, but there's so many of them, but like the French pedophile. Sartre, I believe. I believe it was Sartre refused a Nobel Literature Prize, just on the principle of just like refusing to accept awards. Which, like, okay, whatever. I don't like giving Sartre credit for things, you know. But he said he wasn't going to accept awards, and they gave him an award that comes with an enormous amount of money, and he said no, thank you. And you said you'd do it, and you did it. All right. But yes. So, like, that's kind of my thing with, like, looking at the streamer awards, right? Is I'm just, like, looking at this, it's like, who cares about these people? Like, I think if, it is worth saying, I will confess, right? I will confess that if I were in Iron Mouse's or Chibi Doki's shoes, and I were a person for whom the Streamer Awards is an actual financial opportunity, I might have a different set of feelings about it, and I might have a different set of behaviors about it, but as far as I am concerned, it is like winning an award for being the biggest microcycle in that giant, in the great red spot of Jupiter. Right? Like, it's like, yes, it's very big, and it's very impressive, but it's also very far away. So, like, good for you, I guess, but, yeah, the small VTuber awards and the Starlight awards are a little bit more interesting to me. I don't know. They're I'm not going to fight them too much about it, but it was weird to me that a lot of people seem very upset about it. Admittedly, I also find it very weird when people are really upset about the Oscars. It's like, come on, man. Like, the Oscars gonna Oscar, right? Oscars are gonna Oscar. All right then. Yeah. I mean, like, it's yeah. I don't know what to say about it. Let's go over to the cameras. let's go over to the cameras. So somebody flipped the screen last stream, so let's see. The camera's not quite where I want it to be. Hold on. Let's try to get comfortable. Let's try to get comfortable. I am failing at getting comfortable. I instructed all of you to get comfortable, and then I myself failed at my own task of getting comfortable. Yeah, hidden gem is actually something that's like kind of worth caring about. I'm in general of the opinion that you shouldn't even really bother doing art awards for art that everybody knows about. If it's like actually culturally dominant, it's not worth caring about. And I think that some extent of what's going on at the Streamer Awards and why I find them so deeply uninteresting is because they're of buy-in for Twitch. And Twitch's priorities about what they want from a streamer are alien to me. That's good for you, Gam. It's nice and cold. It's nice and cold. So on the calligraphy side, as you can see, we're in backwards mode. And here is the calligraphy marker I have been using most of the time. And it's pretty dead. Right? Like, it's quite dead. Let's get this light down a little bit further. Worthless. Now, good news is that I planned ahead. Good news is that I planned ahead, and I bought some more calligraphy markers from a different company this time, because while the Edding markers were, I think, pretty good, they have two problems. There were two reasons why I didn't go with more Edding markers. The first is that this cap falls off all the time. This cap does not stay on very easily, very well at all. It falls off all the time. That is probably a non-significant percentage of why it's so dang dead. The other reason is that this brand was on sale. This brand was on sale. So let's see. Cap is on much more firmly. The chiseling on this is much more fine. Right, like you can see the difference. This is a much more narrow pen on the edge, which we'll see if that pays off in terms of making hairlines, because this Edding marker always gave me kind of some trouble with hairline work. And we haven't done left-handed in a while. Oh, they're super cheap. They're super cheap. They're like $1. That's probably more expensive than like a highlighter, but it's not very much at all. Because it's literally just a shape. It's literally just a shape. These are just black markers with a shape. The shaper. Let's think about this. I'm not happy with this light angle. I'm not happy with where it's at, angle-wise. Let's try putting it in front of my face so it's interfering with the camera. That's good, right? Just really ruined my tracking. Yeah, it's literally going to get in the way of my eye tracking at this rate. But oh yeah, I'm very unsteady. Have a good night, Nap. It's always a pleasure to have you here. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And you're streaming Wednesday, right? I hope I'm able to catch you. Okay, so the front end of this is a little bit different than what I was expecting. Thursday this week. Okay, and I will see. Because I'm also streaming Thursday. Sleep well, Nap. Nap well, Nap. Okay, hold on. Let's... Okay, these are... Part of what's going on here is I'm just unsteady, right? I am just unsteady. Because I haven't done this in a while. Okay. So there's a bit of an issue where it's not staying steady. I don't know how obvious it is on the camera. It's really hard for me to tell when I look through my preview feed. It's not staying steady when it's being pressed down. And so there's a white line where the marker is not touching the paper in the middle of these. I'm not too worried about the feathering. I'm a little bit worried about it because you can see like the difference here, right? If I'm going to be getting feathering problems, I may as well just use a steel tip. Because the reason why I'm using the markers for a lot of this stuff is because the markers have less feathering. For similar writability, which increases readability on several surfaces. Particularly, like name tags. You can see the middle line. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was... I can't see it on my screen preview, but my screen preview is not my full monitor, right? I'm not doing full screen view. It's on like 1/8 view. Mostly in the middle, yeah. That's where it's like really obvious. Yep. There's also in the middle of this O and this E. I can see it. Yes, Gamma Churchill. Yep. All right. Hello, and let's see. It's just... I haven't done this in a while, though, so lack of steadiness might be the bigger culprit. So let's just do some lines. Yeah, I can see that with just basic lines. I'm not doing so great. Okay, let's rotate the paper a little bit. It should all be abolished. So, I don't tend to like award shows, but I do think there are some individual award sets that I find compelling. The big one is the NPR. If I need a break from doing calligraphy tonight, or I will do this on Thursday, I'll talk about the NPR awards, because I think the NPR Gaming Awards are actually pretty good. But they don't put on a big show about it, right? Whereas the Jeff Awards, I just don't respect at all. The Jeff Awards reflect, I think, the most disgusting principle of that an award series or a critic can ever have, which is the principle underlying why something wins the Jeff Awards is that it is the choice that is the least likely to make people angry, which is the most embarrassing reason to make an artistic choice on the planet. I do not respect it at all. What got you into calligraphy, by the way? It's actually kind of funny. I was taking a lot of notes. I've been a big note taker a lot of my life. I take a lot of notes, If I'm at meetings, I tend to write down almost everything everyone says. I take down a lot of notes. And so I was already taking a ton of notes, right? I was taking an enormous amount of notes at this period of my life. We're talking like 10, 15 pages a day, right? I was in like a lot of meetings. I was studying really hard. I was doing a lot of research. I was just writing notes constantly. And I was writing a lot of notes, and then I realized that sometimes I would have downtime, right? While I was taking notes. You show up to a meeting early, you show up to a conference early, that kind of thing. There's a bathroom break, there's an intermission, and I need to keep my hands rolling, right? I got to keep my hands moving. So I noticed that at the bookstore, they sold calligraphy pens for like $3, like $2 or $3, which was overpriced at the time. I just didn't know that because not as much online shopping available. And so I picked up one, and I started writing the titles to my notes in Gothic. Let's see. See what I can do. Right. I'm making these too short, I think, for the width of this nib. Wow, writing. Yeah. Wow, that was not good right there. Let's see if I can redeem myself a little bit with this A. Okay, oop. I should post this pen. I know that a lot of people hate posting pens, and there's certain pens I really don't like to post. Actually, this already feels weird, so maybe I'll unpost it soon. There we go. Stem from parallel data allows us browsing goes home. That looks neat. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense, right? I think that makes sense. All right, like this is how. I wanted to make my life look a little bit prettier, right? I wanted to make my life look a little bit prettier than what it looked like before. I was already doing stuff, and I just was like, I want to make things look a little bit nicer. That was about as far as I thought. Do the normal. Yeah, just thinking about what Ring of Birds said earlier about eating in Nobel Square. I've not been to Scandinavia, right? I have not been to Scandinavia. I haven't been to most of Europe. I've spent very, very little time in Europe, and it's sometimes a little bit amusing to me to talk to people who are from Europe that, because I've spent time outside of Europe, outside of the United States and outside of Europe, and Europeans often think that international travel means only Europe, right? That's like their expectation for like what a person, like what a worldly person is and does, is that they go to European countries. And it's surprising to me, because I grew up thinking that that's what trashy Americans think international travel means. That like anybody with any class knows that anywhere you go can be interesting and useful. Most of the books in your house are mill sci-fi. Oh, mill sci-fi is such a weird one. What is a princess cake? I don't know a princess cake. I don't know a princess cake. Mill sci-fi is such a strange genre. Like, not that it's strange that it exists, and like I've read a fair amount of it. It's just there's something so strange about how formulaic it is, right? Round and pastel colored. Is it like a fruit cake? Or like I should say like a cake with fruit in it, or it's like a white cake, or I'm assuming it's not a devil's food cake. It would be strange, right? To make like a chocolate or devil's food cake and call it princess cake. At least that feels strange to me. That feels strange to me. I thought devil's food cake was just a chocolate cake. Sponge cake and marzipan? Okay, that makes sense to me. Oh, of course it was Honor Harrington. What is with Honor Harrington? What is with Honor Harrington? That series is baffling series to me. Baffling series to me. What was the influential sci? The influential sci-fi for me, I don't think this should surprise people too much, was Hitchhiker's Guide. Hitchhiker's Guide was the big one. I'm so unsteady with this. Chug respect women. Lol. There's a couple of parts of Hitchhiker's Guide that just really stuck with me as turns of phrase that have completely like infected my understanding of like what a good sentence is. And I think maybe the biggest one was about 2,000 years after a man got nailed to a tree for suggesting that maybe we should be nice to each other. Like, what a wild way to put things, right? Like, what a wild way to put things. The other one that always sticks with me is the the primary activity of these people, the primary way of alleviating unhappiness for these people was to move around little green slips of paper, which was strange because it wasn't the green slips of paper that were unhappy. I actually didn't get into Star Trek until, like, I was quite older. I only started getting into Star Trek, like, not even maybe a decade ago. Like maybe, like it's like quite recent. And it's really just been because like I was exposed to TOS when I was younger. I got into I watched some TOS when I was younger, but TOS is like, I don't know, it just didn't like stick with me. I'm not much of a watcher, right? It's like part of what's going on here. And I found TNG, I found Next Generation kind of mawkish, and I know that at least a couple of people in here are big TNG fans, so apologies. But it just kind of felt too self-celebratory for me to really feel like particularly invested in it. So it wasn't until I started watching DS9 like maybe a decade ago, and DS9 I love, insisted upon itself. Hello, Aloha Gator. Aloha, Aloha Gator. Yeah. That's certainly a way to put it. But yeah, DS9 I really like, and there's actually a really good, I'm gonna pull it up. There's a Skeet. There's a Skeet. Let me go over to Skeeter. About Gold Ducat, right? Gold Ducat's amazing. Gold Ducat's such an amazing character. What was the phrasing here? Gold Ducat is a fascist whose potentially real redeeming qualities are continually undercut by his monumental pride, bigotry, entitlement, and pettiness. Like, what an incredible guy. How insane. Like, he's amazing. Like, he's not even like the main villain of the show, but he insists every single scene that he's in that he is not only the main character, but is the hero. That might be why I like DS9 the most, is because like I'm a characters guy. Like, I like characters. I don't really care about plots. I care about, he's such a fantastic asshole, Xanadu. You're going to really enjoy it. I haven't read Three Body Problem. But yeah, oh yeah, that episode rocks. I mean, yeah, she's a minor character. There's the episode. The Quark is an amazing character. I actually really like Quark as a character. Like, he's not nearly as big of an asshole as Gold Ducat, but like, one of those things that like doesn't occur to you at first about Quark is that he's not an impressive Klingon. I'm sorry, Ferengi. He's not an impressive Ferengi. Like, he gets to become like the avatar of Ferengi values, but like, by Ferengi standards, he is kind of a loser. And I think that's really fascinating. Like, I think that's really, really fascinating and interesting, that he is like not actually a particularly successful Ferengi, but he is still like such a proponent of Ferengi values, because he can only accept that the reason why he hasn't succeeded is because he's not Ferengi enough. He thinks that if he just commits more deeply to this value system that fails him, he will somehow be rewarded. Which is what a masculine approach, right? What a fascinating form of understanding and discussing toxic masculinity. He rules. Love him. Love him. Okay, we are going to get hit by ads. I am going to stretch. I'm going to get some water. I have not been keeping up on my own hydration. So I will see you all in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art. All right, I am back. I am back. I am back. Yeah, Quark is a really interesting character. Like Quark has a lot of like actual redeeming factors by like any audience standard, right? By like any reasonable, by like Federation value standards. He's like a reasonable person, but like he really wants to be the super Ferengi, right? He really, really wants to be the super Ferengi. And that's a horrible thing to even want to be. Right? Like, that's just a horrible thing to want to be. But he wants it, you know? I think there could have been some more interesting exploration of, like, of that type of character, right? Like, we've had that before. That's like what Chihaya Furu is about, you know? What a goated anime. I only watched the first season, but Chihaya Furu is an incredible anime. I think he wholehearted wants to be a super Ferengi. He's just really bad at it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. That's a really good way to put it. It is funny that even Quark looks at 20th century America and thinks it's insane. Yeah, no, I will say that in the case of Quark, it's not called Nobel. Shame on you, Ring of Birds. Shame on you. But I think that in the case of Quark, it's worth pointing out that I don't think he's being super sincere about that. Like, I actually really have to ask, right? Like, this is my follow-up question, and Cisco obviously didn't ask because Cisco is, like, way more polite than I am. Or at least a cannier politician than I am. Did it? Like, is that actually historically true, right? Like, because the Ferengi belief system isn't trans-historical. That's one of the big things that we learn about the Ferengi in DS9, is that the Ferengi belief system in turbo-capitalism isn't, like, their universal belief system. Like, it's common to the Ferengi society, but it's not, like, there was pre-capitalist Ferengi. And, like, from Cisco's perspective, it's pretty obvious, right? The argument's pretty obvious from Cisco's perspective that chattel slavery and war are not features of, like, modern human society. Modern by Star Trek standards, right? Like by within the context of Star Trek, like, humans have obviously gone to war in Star Trek. Hello, Akshi. And yeah, Ryan the Space God, that's very funny. That is a very funny thing. Yeah, the Ferengi allow women to wear clothes because it means they'll buy clothes. But yeah, it's also, honestly, that's also one of the things that I like the most about DS9 is that, you know, DS9 has, like, Klingon spies and Vulcan smugglers and Ferengi communists, right? Like, and oftentimes Star Trek feels like they're just like, oh yeah, like, if you're, like, the Orions are all smugglers, right? Like, Orions are all smugglers, that's all they are. And again, the actual good modern Star Trek Lower Decks makes fun of this. This is why I brought up the Orions thing. Is they make fun. They specifically call it out in the context of Orions. That Tendi is an Orion, and she despises the stereotype that Orions are all smugglers and criminals. She hates it so much, which is understandable, right? Because Tendi's driven 99% by curiosity as a person. Of course she hates that people are stereotyping her as insincere about her curiosity. Yeah, Lower Decks is animated. I think Lower Decks is great, to be honest. I think Lower Decks rules. Oh I don't like it as much as DS9. Yeah, Ryan. That Tendi? She was so mad about that. She was so mad about that. Yeah, that was yeah, the Tendi's so great. Oh, that makes sense, Aloha Gator. Yeah. Like I said, it's the way that a lot of people put TNG, and it's exactly why I don't like it, is that it's competence porn. I don't mean this to be too despairing, right? This is disparaging. This is a thing that TNG fans say. It's just something that's unappealing to me as a type of show. Oh yeah, I don't think Lower Decks ever gets to the transcendental quality that DS9 frequently reaches. Though DS9 does have some stinkers, let's be realistic here. But Lower Decks, I do enjoy. I honestly enjoy Lower Decks more than I enjoy Next Generation, and if we're comparing it to Picard. Okay, yeah, I do need to make these a little bit taller. Instantly starts to feel better when I make it taller. So let's make it a little bit taller yet. I should give Voyager a try. I don't like the technobabble. That was honestly why I didn't get into it. That's part of why I didn't get into it when I was younger. Right? Was I was why? I don't need this crap. I don't need this crap in my life. Gothic X continues to be my least favorite. Hello, Astaster50. Astaster? There we go. Astaster50. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm just working on my mirror script. I'm working on my mirror script today. I don't consider mirror script my, like, main thing, but it's a nice trick to have in the pocket, and I'm definitely at a, like, use it or lose it with it, right? Also, I keep on getting turned around about which direction the camera is facing. Let's get this. There we go. How's the camera positioning, folks, by the way? I should have gone higher. It's backwards. That's true. It is backwards. It is backwards. Okay, hold on. It's been I changed the way I write S. I changed the way that I write S's since the last time I did mirror script. So let's see if I can get it right. Oh, does Fran has emotes now? I didn't know that Fran had emotes now. That rules. I like Fran a lot. I haven't caught one of her streams in a while, but she did some really lovely fan art of me. I'm glad she got. She's a very fun artist. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Cor Ula. Yeah, I know her. Hey, it's Nate. It's Nate. Welcome in, Nate. Welcome in, Nate. Was talking about you a little bit earlier. That's actually not too bad. The P is bad. The P is really bad, but the S is not too bad. Oh, I was talking about that bit you showed me. I was talking about that bit that you showed me that was, who's that war criminal, and every single war criminal was a Nobel Prize winner? Nobel Peace Prize winner? I definitely think of her as the orb. I definitely think of Fran as the orb. I have, hello, no overtime. I have not given the little guy a name. I just keep on saying my little guy. I'm really bad at coming up with names. I am really bad at coming up with names. The only name that I've come up that's like sounded right to me is Inkwell. That's the only name that's like sounded correct to me. I'm like really bad with names. If anybody is, I don't know if anybody. Yeah, I haven't like really done RPGs since Mothra Stewart. Mothra Stewart's very funny, but not what I'm going with. I'm not gonna go with that. Who is Inkwell? Tuna the Moth. Hello, Robot Teapot 698. James Mothiarty is pretty good. Well, yeah, anybody who's played like an RPG with me knows that like if I'm GMing, I'm just like every time an NPC is introduced, it's like I just like ask the players to come up with names for me. I can never do it myself. Have that random name generator on standby. False Aldrin's a pretty good name. Well, I mean, that was, that's how you do, Dogs in the Vineyard, right? Robot Teapot is, you make NPC stat blocks in advance and you just kind of grab them. Jumps over. We're doing Roman style. You just kind of keep going with no spaces. Spelled the wrong. Spelled the wrong. Oh, I do so many serifs. I do so many. Yeah. I think I get in trouble. I think you get in trouble at this point if you just name a character Sans. And I think it's like I gotta come up with a name. I gotta come up with a name for the guy because I know some people want plushies of him. And not Sans. Snas. Yeah, I don't know anything about ordering like merchandise or like setting things up. Yeah, that's part of the reason why Inkwell works is because you can say Inky. That one works pretty well. Okay, I'm starting to pick up here. I'm starting to... I literally say I'm starting to pick up here and then then I flub. Incredible. Incredible timing. Rorschach? Oh my god. Oh my god. Can you imagine the looks... Noir, can you imagine the looks that you would get if you were like, oh hey, I've got a bunch of Rorschach plushies. Noir, I genuinely believe that if you were hitting on somebody and you told her, oh yeah, I've got like 50 Rorschach plushies. That would be the end of the date immediately. Right? Like, don't threaten you with getting dumped. Honestly, I'm leaning towards Inkwell. I am. I'm just, I genuinely am. That's actually quite good. I need it to be something that's like, I want it to be short, right? I want it to be short. I want it to stand out. I want it to be pronounceable. Of course you're devastated, Noir. Call him Ink Wellington for long. Cool ain't bad. Cool ain't bad. Hi, Coalbounds. Oh, Sable's not bad. Sable's pretty good. Sable's pretty good. Let's get in here. Bad G. Really bad G. That's true. That's true. I have had it for months. So true for that. Oh, geez. Where the heck... Where's an unused page in this thing? Holy crap. I have been using this pad a lot more than I thought I was. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Noir, I never wish death on your romantic prospects. Given what Noir looks for, I suspect that any of Noir's romantic prospects are somebody who I might call upon to help fix my car. So, I shouldn't wish death upon any of them. What? Well, the problem is I don't own a car, so there is that problem there. But I might one day. Sharkray, like... Sharkray, me and Noir's friendship is built very heavily around... Noir saying something innocuous, and then me using that to identify a strange part of her sexuality that she didn't know that I would be able to figure out. And then she gets mad at me. Yeah, it's very lesbian in himbo. It's extremely a lesbian in her himbo. You know how in baseball, right? Particularly in, like, movies about baseball, not so much in real life baseball. A batter goes up to the plate, and then points with their bat at a section of the stands. And then the pitcher throws at the batter, and then the batter, you know, knocks it out of the park in exactly the direction that they were pointing before. That's me and Noir. That's me and Noir's friendship. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. That's... I don't even remember the context on that one. The horror. The horror. Oh, hey, I actually did a decent letter. I'm actually kind of annoyed. This is actually like one of my best Ys I've ever done. What the hell, man? Whereas this A is like dreadful. Do all my Ys left-handed? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yes. Yes. So the reason why I write backwards so what happened, right, was that over at Offkai, I gave myself a minor repetitive stress injury on my right hand. So I wasn't writing on with my right hand for a few weeks because I need to let it rest. So I was writing with my left hand I was like, yeah, you know what? This seems like a fun thing to try out. And I did try writing forward. Hello, JD. Hello, JD. I did try writing forward for a little bit, right? Here's literally the first time, July 24th. Literally the first time I tried writing forward with my left hand. And what I found was that when you go... Oh, Ryan the Space God, have a good night. Paluska, no, I'm not. I am not. When I write forward with a calligraphy pen with my left hand, it's... You have to push instead of pull. A bunch of the motions that you do as pushes... that you do as pulls... pretty much every motion you do in calligraphy is a pulling motion, and to go from pulling to pushing just felt so viscerally disgusting that after only 2 lines of doing that, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try the other way. I'm gonna try this. Also, hello, Fadzilla. I suppose it is. But yeah, I'm not actually ambidextrous. This is kind of brain melting, for me to do. This is like deeply unintuitive for me, which is part of the reason why I'm going so slow. I'm working on it. I'm less monodextrous than I think some people. But I'm not nearly fully ambidextrous. There's a certain amount of tasks that I can do with my left hand that that I think are supposed to be hand dominant, but I am substantially clumsier with my left hand than with my right hand. And like, I would not be comfortable trying to like chop onions with my left hand. Yeah, I kind of figured that it's a bit of a spectrum. Oddly, I think I'm actually better at drawing with my left hand than I am with my right hand. Mostly because I'm just that bad at drawing. See, that ends really bad. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I have no aptitude with those skills. You can see I missed right there. I love this redeem. This redeem's so dumb. Let me make sure it triggered properly. Yes, it did. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I love it. Can't see it. What? Thank you. I thought you meant the redeem. I was like, of course my head should be in the way of the redeem. Like, that's the point. Needs to be in the way of the redeem. Thank you. I might change the camera angle a little bit. Let's give this a little bit of a shot. Okay. So, it's actually not too far off of where I'm writing. Let's just zoom it out a little bit. Just gently zoom out. I think it's a better angle. I'll be able to get through the better part of the page before I need to move it. It looks like I won't pinch my elbow, which is nice. Sometimes when I'm doing calligraphy, I end up pinching my like ulnar nerve, and that's annoying. Oh. All right, excellent timing. Welcome in, Raiders. After party raid. What were you up to, Katya? Hold on, let me give you the shout out at Katya Satari. What were you up to? You were just chatting. Welcome in, Katya, Satari, and Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. This is mostly what I do, which is calligraphy. Normally, it is forwards with my right hand, but I am giving my left hand some practice. Today, we are doing left-handed mirror scripted Gothic. You're studying for your finals tomorrow. Good luck on your finals. Please, if you need to go get some rest before your finals, and as a rule, folks, if you have a choice between studying and sleeping before a test, sleeping is going to be more important at the last minute. So make sure that you are getting plenty of rest. Make sure that you are eating well. Make sure that you are well hydrated, right? These are all important things for you going into an exam. You don't want to be having tinnitus or having a headache or having an upset stomach during your final. So please take care of yourself. And if you need to raid and run, that is extremely valid. If you would like to stay here and vibe out, because I know that quite a few people watch my streams as a sleep aid, then I will not mind at all. That would be lovely. I hope pizza rolls and hot cocoa. I recommend some fruits, maybe some vegetables. I think that most people don't, particularly Americans, don't eat enough vegetables. Yes, you came in at a good time if you're going to stay for more than a few minutes, because I like to make a little thank you for raiding message for my streams. And I do have one, we have gotten one raid before you, so you will be the second one that I do after I write in Panda Hero Roo. You can snack on some carrots later. Why not snack on them now? They'll go down with your pizza rolls. They'll give you some fiber. Yeah, very unsteady. It's kari kari. It's kari kari. It's like dipping them in ranch. Oh. I would just have the carrots first. I would just have the carrots first. Yeah. Hold on, I'm getting a shout out for Kari Kari. Kari Kari is one of my long time dear friends in the space. I can't even remember the heck yeah you were playing Nine Souls last I caught you. You were playing Nine Souls last I caught you. Kari Kari is wonderful. She's like the smartest streamer. She was the clever streamer. Okay. Rip Al's broad shoulders. They're even broader. They're even broader. Hello, Jazzy. Hello, Jazzy. How was your stream, Jazzy? I only caught the last, like, 10 seconds of it. Oh, you did say it was lonely. You did say it was lonely. Which I think was the point. Just you and your rickety machine. Is the H in hero capitalized? It is. Okay. It was not. It was not. Katya, this is pretty poor. Hold on. Let me pull out my most recent really good piece. Sorry, I'm gonna have to get up from my, sorry, I'm looking through my folder. of completed works. There we go. There's the final. This one I'm proud of. This one I'm proud of. And I'm worried about damaging it. But yeah, this is me when I'm like cooking. I actually was talking about the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, of course Kari would be paying attention to this, but yeah. No, I want to talk about the Nobel Peace Prize and the Nobel Literature Prize. But yeah, this is it. Which Wonder Criminal won this time? Not this specific one, but I was using it as a lens for why I am not that worried about the Streamer Awards and how to think about that. Yes, Katya, please take care of yourself. Please take care of yourself. I will get to your name in a few minutes. Oh, Jeezy Pete's. I need to work on, I need to reorganize my completed works folder. Really badly. It's a real mess down there. It's a real mess down there. But yeah, Jazzy, you basically got the gist of it, which is that, depending on the thing that makes a prize an honor is that other people who have gotten the prize before you are people that are worth respecting, right? And so a Nobel Literature Prize and a Nobel Peace Prize are very different. A Nobel Literature Prize is really impressive. The last two Nobel Literature Prizes have been Han Kang and Krasnohorkai. No crap. But like, you know, the most famous Nobel Peace Prize winner is probably Henry Kissinger. So, all right, Overtime Studio, have a good time. Have a good time. Oh, right, that was really dumb. That was really dumb. Like, oh yeah, let's give a Nobel Peace Prize to a person who's just, like, trying to start a hemisphere-scale war. Like, and doesn't do anything else. Like, what are we talking about here? Like... Yeah, and it's hard not to read it as just, like, purely, like, just a purely vainly ambitious person. Like... I wonder if the Nobel Peace Prize is, like, literally runs off of irony. Yeah, that's the Noir. That's the sort of thing that makes her seem more like a naked grifter, right? I don't know. Am I crazy, or does it feel like there's a recent wave of like, oh, we should go to war with Venezuela, but it feels more synthetic than it did a long time ago. Like, it doesn't seem like anybody's heart's in it. All right, let's see. How do I do a capital K? Kind of doing what they want. Well, I think like the most of the people I know in America are like so stressed out about local issues that there's just like not a lot of energy worrying about international issues. And like the international issue that people are worried about is Israel-Palestine. Yeah, that's the other thing, right, Jazz the Hall? Is it like Trump is so like what do we want to say here? Unfocused? Yeah, still waiting to annex Canada, like it just seems like difficult to take what he says seriously, and I just don't. Oh yeah, Nora. This is like the joke that that East Coast liberals have been making for what, like 50 years. Let's just make sure I'm getting it spelled right. 25 is yeah. 2025 is a wild year. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, Shark Ray. Is it's just like it's hold on. Hold on a second there. Okay, that's always weird how the interplay of those redeems. Thank you, Niano, for making me small. Meow meow. Struggle to tie their own hair back. I'm pretty sure my model art, the hair is just hanging on back there. I think it's just mulleting back there. And yeah, Shark Ray, this is like one of those funniest things, right? Is the like falling in love with my mayor. On this model, it's like down my neck. It would be a little bit difficult. I think I'd have to tie it like high. I think I'd have to tie it high. I'm trying to figure out if there's like an angle I can do with my model to make it like apparent to you guys, and I think I'm failing. Oh yeah, they're a gorgeous couple. The two of them are both gorgeous. I don't have an answer for you, Noir. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why she's so good looking. Well, let's see here. Disastrous. Flubbed it. I'm sorry, Katya. It's a guy who drew a picture of Reinhardt recently having trouble getting his hair back. Good for him. Good for him. Good for him. Okay. Okay. I mean, good for her. Good for her. I mean, the meme I saw going around about it was like, yeah, men will be happy if they are willing to, if they just submit to their wives. That was the tweet I remember. But okay, Katya Satari, here's your thank you for rating. I apologize, I flubbed the S. I don't think it looks that bad, but I would. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh on myself. We are about to go to ads. I need to use the bathroom really badly. So we will go to ads and we'll throw to ads and I will see you all in a few minutes. Also, let me give the shout out to Nyanomancer, who was also in the Giants collab with us last night. Yes, we'll be back in a few minutes. Where are your aloof tubers at? I'm trying to think who is the aloof tubers. Does Corpse count as an aloof tuber? I don't know. I don't think I do. But Corpse might. Okay, we got another raid while I was up. Hello, raiders. I genuinely may change my stream time just to make this less likely to happen. Kawaii VT, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hello, that Biggie Cheese 69. Hello, Mama Maya VT. Hold on, let me get in the shout out for you. Sorry, I'm changing my socks. Because I get cold, easily. Let me get in the shout out. At Mama Maya VT. What were you doing? Danganronpa 2. Okay. Danganronpa. But yes. Yes, how was the Danganronpa? I'm wondering if I will one day meet somebody who's a Danganronpa hater, but so far I haven't met somebody who plays Danganronpa and doesn't enjoy it quite a bit. Everybody seems to have a good time with Danganronpa, or if they don't enjoy Danganronpa, they seem to bounce off of it pretty quickly. But yes, hello that Biggie Cheese, hello Worldly Quaver 19, hello Deadlier Duck, hello Future Bobcat 25, hello Kawaii VT, and once again thank you for the follow. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I'm an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy. Today I'm doing left-handed backwards calligraphy. This is my left hand. There's so many I demonstrated this. Yes, this mole is only on my right arm, so the camera is reversed. I am working backwards. This is actually mirror script. But yes, everything is terrible in it. Yeah, that's I mean, I can say that yeah, whatever. Well, here's my most recent actual good piece. This was a commission that I just completed. On my Ko-fi. Oh shit, that's what I forgot to set up. Thank you, Worldly Quaver. I have been working on this for a while. You've all reminded me to set up a command. So check commands, add, I mean, as in I did it today. I completed it yesterday and shipped it and sent it to the commissioner this morning. Yes, thank you, Kawaii. Last as in most recent, though, Worldly Quaver. I am sure I will do even better in the future. I'm a big believer that I will continuously improve. Chat. You have to head out? That's extremely fair. Actually, hold on, I'm gonna put this somewhere else. Edit. Hold on a second. You reminded that I've been reminded to sub actions, core timers, that I should do this timed actions. There we go. May as well just test this just to make sure it works. There we go. Yeah, that's what practice is for. I always believe in growth. Mama Maya, please have a good night. Yes, I am a big believer that I am continuously growing, that I am continuously improving, that I have more ahead of me than behind me. is a big belief of mine. It may be based entirely on faith, but so far I've been rewarded for this mentality throughout my life, and so it feels reasonable, right? It feels reasonable to believe that my best days are ahead of me, especially because most of the improvement I've really made in my life has been in the last couple of years. How you doing with music for yourself? I mean, yeah, I am. Thank you for the almond, Nanomancer. Yeah, I am not musically inclined at all, but I certainly do not begrudge people who are. I am grateful that they exist. I am grateful that they exist. Hi Vex. Hi Vex. You should hear music in general. Oh, the word music. Hello, Vex. Hello, Vex. Also, hold on. Let's get a shout out for Vexing Cat. Let's get a shout out for Vexing Cat. Yes. I caught a little bit of your stream. How did you do with the Yeah, I thought you heard music as in like actually like hearing like music doing audio bleed, and I was like, what? But yes. How was Jane Eyre? How was Jane Eyre? I know you started on chapter 20, but I didn't catch a lot of your stream. Okay, let's. I'm getting one guide by a person who's not even a guy. All right. Oh yeah. Hello Yumi. Welcome in, Yumi. And yeah, mini painting, Worldly Quaver. I picked up mini painting earlier this year, and a significant percentage of why was so that I could experience newbie games again, right? Because I am like 15 plus years into doing calligraphy. Like I'm like 15, 20 years into being a calligrapher. And so, like, I'm not getting newbie gains anymore, right? My improvements are slow and halting. And I don't think particularly obvious, right? But with minis, where I'm just starting from a really terrible baseline. It's much more obvious when like a new technique clicks, right? Let's see. It was Mama Maya. Is it a second capital M? Oh, Yumi, did you get far in Soulframe? Or, like, at least past the tutorials? I only caught you while you were in the tutorials. Hey, Tim Shell Show. Hello, Tim Shell Show. And Worldly Quaver, thank you for the follow. What's up, Niano? Oof. I apologize, Mama Maya. That's a... taking it slow and short last night. That's all good. That's all good. I mean, this is always a tricky part, right, Yumi? Like, anytime you're getting over an illness that takes you out for more than, like, 24 hours, you really... like, you need to get back, right? You need to get back at doing things, or else you'll never feel normal again. But what's the timeline, right? What's the timeline on getting back to things is the open question. And yes, Tim Shell Show. Yes, Tim Shell Show. Yeah, I want to make sure I don't lose the skill, right? Plus, I also got these are new pens. I didn't have these markers until I got these markers a couple days ago, but this is my first time using them. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about them. They write more wet, which is usually like my biggest problem with my calligraphy tools is that they're too wet. So, like, I'm a little bit disinclined on them right now compared to the Eddings that I had before. Okay, hold on. I'm curious about something. Chaticus, chat room, Chattington, Chatswell, Chatwell. I'm gonna put up as a poll just because I'm curious about this. Okay, this is just a question of, like, do you agree or disagree with the sentiment? Like, at a personal level. Like, is it, like, as a level of personal experience, does this describe how you feel about your life? Oh, boy, see how wet this is? Oh, that's bleeding through like crazy. Because, like, that's, like, the common advice about what to do at the end of a bad day is... do something nice for yourself, right? Like, if you've had a bad day, the right thing to do for the next day is the right thing to do with the rest of your day is, yeah, it's quite a bit of bleed. I'm being very abstract here, right? I'm talking about, like, like the classic ones are like a bubble bath. It is, and it just disappeared. Like a bubble bath, or playing a video game that you find comforting, or eating ice cream, something like that. Because that's like the common advice, and it never helps me. I never feel better. I was just kind of curious as to, like, how unusual this was for me. When you have a bad day, you just call your favorite reptile-based VTuber. Yeah, I'm being abstract with indulgence here. I'm not talking about like giving into your like giving into an addiction or something like that. And maybe this is part of why I've never been one of those people for whom, like, I've never had that, like, desire to get drunk after a bad day. I did not. I did not. But it's just, like, it doesn't... See, what helps me, is that usually like, depending on how bad the day is, it's being productive. Like being productive helps me deal with a bad mood. And if it's a really bad day, I just go to bed. When I have like a catastrophically bad day, my solution is I just go to bed. Yeah, just reset. That's my thought. It's just like, if a day is bad enough, it's just like, I'm just taking a mulligan, right? Like, I'm just gonna take a mulligan on the day. Just maybe tomorrow will be better. But like, if I try to do something that's like actually enjoyable when I'm already in a bad mood, it doesn't really help me. It just like makes me more bitter and irritated. I'm gonna put another sheet in between here to be like a bleed catcher. Because this bleed is crazy. This is really bad paper, it's worth saying. It is really, really bad paper, which is part of the reason why I'm using it for like a task that I don't have much pride in. And that's why most of this notebook is actually like kanji practice. Yeah, Gringotts, you've got it. Yeah, I've never heard of self-help saying. Oh my god, I've got too much crap open. I gotta resort my freaking tabs, man. Oh, also Future Bobcat, thank you for the follow. I don't know why I didn't hear that, but thank you. Yeah, there's also like a thing that helps me a lot on a bad day is talking to somebody. Talking through my emotions helps me a lot. But just like distracting myself with pleasantness never does. Distracting myself with pleasant tasks does not help me. Is like really kind of where I'm going. And I think that that's like the common advice, and I've really been wondering if that's like how weird I am for that. Uh, yeah, that's what I think. I'm just, again, like, I'm wondering how weird I am. Yeah, cleaning does help me, honestly, Tim Shell Show. Cleaning does help me. But yeah, but Noir, it's not just like, oh, am I insane? It's like I like to know the statistics, right? I like to know I like to know quantitatively, right? The most boring kind of insane. The most boring kind of insane. Yes, Spreadsheet Boy. Spreadsheet Boy, Fallout Boy's significantly less successful cousin. Yeah, and I'm pretty extroverted. I know it's like pretty... It's like officially rare in VTubing. I think this is one of those things where like the VTuber lore and logic kind of contradicts the reality. Yeah, exercise definitely helps me, future Bobcat. Legitimately, if I'm feeling like super anxious, the only thing that helps me is running. Like no substitutes. Like nothing else comes close. Everything else is pathetic by comparison to going for a run. That's like the technique for me. Yeah, become the next Ronda Rousey, RG Noir. Noir, think about what your life would be like if you were looked like Ronda Rousey. Yeah, exactly, Noir. Exactly. Imagine how many problems you could cause if you were 6 foot tall and jacked like Ronda Rousey and still as much of a bottom as you are. Well, and see, for me, Bobcat, the thing is that running just causes my entire brain to shut down. Like that's the thing. It's like running for me is like a hard reset. Oh, Babinka Bear! Babinka! Happy birthday, Babinka! Oh my goodness, happy birthday! I am guessing that you are going to be having a special event when I find my keyboard. That's my assumption. I'm going to be seeing a special bear. Welcome to the special bear. Hello, Folkazel Bear, the less special bear today. But presumably some other day during the year. Babinka Bear. Fatty Bear's birthday surprise. Ah, excellent, excellent, excellent. Hello, Babinka Bear. Hello, May Shark. Hello, Emolge. Hello, of course, to Matthew the Rice Seeker. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. So, you actually just came in right at the end of a poll. You actually came in right at the end of a poll that I can talk about in a few moments, but yeah, you missed your opportunity to vote on that. You get automotive fat phobia? Oh no. Oh no. I need to say like whatever the Tagalog equivalent of like Viva Brazil is. But yes, how was your birthday? How was your birthday? How was your birthday? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy on stream. Today I am working on my left-handed backwards calligraphy because it's a very funny skill. And it's use it or lose it, right? Use it or lose it, right? You do love retro edutainment. Yes, for my people, Babinka Bear is probably a more sincere educational VTuber than I am. I am a VTuber who talks about education-adjusted subjects, but Babinka actually is doing edutainment stuff on stream. Yeah, the camera's reversed. The camera is reversed. You can tell that there's two tells. My right arm has two features that are incriminating here. The first is this scar. I don't know how visible that is. There's a scar on my right finger, and there's a mole on my right arm. My right arm in general has more moles. I should say a liver spot. Let's be realistic here. It's not a mole. It's a liver spot. Whereas there's not a corresponding one on the left arm. So I'm working off of my left arm. I am mean in the Doom engine. I mean, Doom engines are incredible. And Matthew, have a good night. Have a good night. We love Matthew Rice Seeker around here. And Matthew Rice Seeker has provided me a fair percentage of the models I've painted on stream. Hey, my ass is not particularly hairy. That's very sweet of you, Babinka Bear. That's very sweet of you. Let's see. Let's make sure I'm spelling this all correctly. We can worry about it later, Matthew, because you need to sleep. Oh, Classic Doom is wonderful. Hello, Scaldy. Classic Doom rules, folks. I am sure that people here have played games quite a bit, but if you have played games and you have not been a Classic Doom fan, you are really missing out. Classic Doom is actually that good. And yeah, it's kind of funny. I think of myself as like medium hairy. Like just as as humans go, I think of myself as like middle of the road. And then I've had people come on here I've had people come in and be like, damn, dude, are you like part Yeti? And I'm like, no, I don't even think I'm that unusual. Animations from the Zelda, that rocks, Jazz, that rocks. Doom, so yeah, World Quaverly, that Worldly Quaver, that makes like a lot of sense. Like the Doom 2016 is like a pretty good game, but Doom Classic is like really special. Doom 1 and 2 are like really special games. Amusingly, the only Doom that I played before, like when I was youngish, like for years, for a long time, the only Doom that I had played was Hexen, which like, I am pretty sure Hexen is considered the worst of the classic Doom games, and I think that's probably fair. I think that that's actually pretty fair. I still have a lot of affection for it. But it is kind of hard to deny that it is, yeah. Oh yeah, but Bavinka and Raiders, the thing that we were discussing before you got in was I personally do not respond well to the advice that, to like do nice things for yourself, when you're having a bad day. It just like doesn't do very much for me. Like when I'm having a bad day, it's like I need to like make up for it being a bad day by like getting things done. Or if it's a really bad day, I just like do a hard reset and just go to bed. But if I'm like having a bad day and I try to like indulge and like eat ice cream or watch a nice movie or something like that, it just kind of like makes me feel worse. It just kind of like doubles down on like the negative emotions. So, I mean, my own take as a person played it, like, who only compared it to, like, Doom and Heretic, like, way later in life. Like, my thing with Hexen having, like, been... Well, I have beaten Hexen a lot, folks. I have beaten Hexen with all classes, and I've beaten Shadows of the Serpent Rider. I've beaten the expansion that most people don't even know exists. I have a lot of Hexen playtime. The big problem with Hexen is that the enemy types aren't very interesting. That's the real problem, is that compared to Heretic, the enemy types are really boring. No. Nope. Hexen. I might have said the name wrong, but I have not played the Heretic expansion, I've played the Hexen expansion. Then I mixed it up. What's the I've not played the Heretic one. I've played the Hexen one. Yeah, no, I know that. I know that. Heretic doesn't have a class system. Hexen does. Well, Civi get over it, Civi. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look this up. Hexen Beyond Heretic. There's a... there is an expansion for it. Death Kings of the Dark Citadel. That's what it was. Death Kings of the Dark Citadel. Yes. Yes. Hello, Pickles Little Do. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, Death Kings of the Dark Citadel. I actually like Death Kings of the Dark Citadel. It makes a lot less sense. It's like it's like a actually like incoherent. It's actually incoherent nonsense aesthetically, but I think the levels are more interesting to play. Like the levels in Hexen are this kind of like weird medium point where they aren't just like total nonsense like a Doom level, where they just kind of abstractly gesture at the idea of it being a livable space. But in Death Kings of the Dark Citadel, they kind of go back to that kind of thing. But like Hexen doesn't quite have the verbs available to it to like feel that much like a cathedral. Like it kind of feels like a cathedral, it kind of feels like a castle kind of stuff. But it makes better use of the enemy types in Hexen. Like legitimately, I do think that Hexen's big weakness is that the enemies are all really boring. Not uniformly, but like it's melee enemies, enemies that fire projectiles directly at you and can be very easily dodged, and Wendigos. Oh, and I guess technically some of the bosses. Like there's and of those bosses, the only one that's actually interesting is the Arch Heretic. My unpopular opinion is I think Hexen 2 sucks. That's weird. That's weird, Worldly Quaver. The only thing I've heard about the only thing that I've heard about, also Babinka Bear, I hope you're still here because I'm about to finish your name. There we go. There we go. Got your name in. Left-handed is hard. Left-handed is hard. I apologize if it looks a little bit scrungly, but left-handed hard. Babinka Bear. Also, I think maybe something seems weird here. Hold on a second. Magnus Moth, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 2 months. Thank you for the 2 months. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. That's very sweet of you. I'm just trying to figure out, did they try to buff the cleric for the remaster? Because the cleric was overpowered in the base game. The cleric was the most powerful class in the base game. I say the person who preferred the wizard, but the cleric was the better class. Oh, I'm asking about like the remaster, because the only thing I heard about the remaster for Hexen was that they allow you to switch classes at any time, which I don't like. I actively dislike that. I actively don't think that that's like good. I think that a lot of the thing that makes Hexen interesting and worth defending is that the different classes all have really different challenges and really different problems. Something deeply satisfying about a sock puppet with hands. That's... Well, so that still doesn't like ring right to me. Also, by the way, if people have not seen, Sockmantas real. We have a literal Sockmantas. Literal Sockmantas here. I love Sockmantas. I love Sockmantas. I try to be very careful with Sockmantas, with the literal Sockmantas. because I don't know how to clean it without damaging it. I am afraid of it just absolutely disintegrating if I clean it. I'm pretty sure it would in fact just completely fall apart in the washer. And it is white, so I'm very, very cautious about that. Yeah, I know, Jazzy. I know that but it's like a lot of what makes the game like worthwhile is that having beaten it with all three classes, the three classes have very different challenge curves. They have very different challenge curves, and they're very interesting challenge curves. Like, the mage is just worse at puzzles. I think that that's actually kind of an interesting choice that they made, is like, you choose the wizard class because you're good at puzzles. I am wondering what their idea is with, because like the biggest, I would say the bigger problem with the class balance is that the fighter's kit is actually kind of boring. Like the fighter has kind of just boring weapons. No, Scaldy, the reason why the wizard has harder puzzles is that a huge percentage of the puzzles in the game are jumping puzzles. So how do you make jumping puzzles just harder? I mean, I don't even have to ask you. You guys can figure that out. You make the jumping puzzle... The wizard's slower. The wizard is slower. He can't jump as far. And so jump puzzles in the game are considerably more challenging. Yeah, they're not good jump puzzles. They're not good jump puzzles. Honestly, I don't know when jump puzzles are good. Like, even like Turok jump puzzles are terrible. But like, yeah, the jump puzzles in the game suck. And they are substantially harder if you're the wizard. And also, if you have a harder time with puzzles in general, the wizard is going to be worse because you'll spend more, if you're bad at puzzles, you'll spend more time backtracking. It's a very like, it's like a Metroidvania, right? Like you find keys. It's Doom. You go around and you find keys and you pull levers. And the levers open up other levers and the keys open up other keys and you put the keys in certain orders and you get certain things and blah, blah, blah. And if you're slower, you spend more time doing that. It's more annoying. So the wizard is kind of for people who are better at the puzzle side of the game and worse at the resource management side of the game. Because the wizard is the best one if you have no ammo. The wizard on no ammo is still insanely dangerous. Or I should say out of mana. An out of mana wizard is still incredibly dangerous. Whereas like if you're an out of mana cleric, it sucks. Running out of resources as the cleric sucks. Holy crap. Bleeding through, double bleed through. Yeah, exactly. No, it's an infinite ammo ranged weapon that's actually pretty good. It's not even like the worst ranged weapon in the game. And it has infinite ammo. Like it's a huge bonus. Like the mage is strong. The mage is my favorite class. It's just sucks at jumping puzzles. And I like that balance. I genuinely like that balance. I genuinely like that balance, and I think more games should have a balance like that. Oh my god. Okay, I just swapped off. Hello, Beru Flower. Hello, Beru Flower. Oh my goodness, somebody was just talking about an emote you made. Who was it? Who was it? Oh my goodness, somebody was just talking about your emotes. Yeah, I don't remember who it was. Like yesterday, not today. Like yesterday. I think it may have been in the collab I was in yesterday. Noir, do you remember? Hello, Beru Flower. Hello, Beru Flower. Beru Flower. What were you up to? You were, of course, studying art. Hold on, am I on art or am I on just chatting still? I'm on just chatting still. Let's change it over to art for myself. Might have been Vexing. Oh, it was Vexing. It was Vexing Cat. It was Vexing Cat. It was Vexing Cat. But welcome in, Beru Flower. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. I am currently a sock puppet. I am an old man who loves old things. No, but it was Bear. It was Bear. It was Mix was talking about it. Mix was talking about the Beru Flower emotes that Vex has. That's what it was. That's what it was. Now I remember. Sockmonster's real, as an aside, while I'm thinking about it. Yes, normally I am a calligrapher. That is my big thing. I am a calligrapher. You study counseling. Hello, Suba Phoenix. Hello, Suba Phoenix. Suba Phoenix. There we go. Suba Phoenix. I am normally a calligrapher. Today I spent a lot of the weekend locked in on a commission, so I am practicing my left-handed calligraphy to get some variation in, and to make sure I don't lose the skill, right? To make sure I don't lose the skill. So, how was the art? You just finished an emote, or was it an emote for Vex, or was it an emote for somebody else? Also, congratulations on graduating. I think it was this one that he was. Is this one by you, Baru? Let's see. No, it's by Yuki. Okay. Hold on. I don't know which one you did. I don't know what you did, Baru. I apologize. I'm going to stop trying to guess. Because I think it'll just be annoying. Did a reactive of you as well. Excellent, excellent. So the Scribble Fugi anime commission. I mean, oh wait, no, hold on. Did you do Gravy Gator? Did you do Gravy Gator's Fugi? All right, Bobcat. Have a good night. I said I was gonna stop guessing. Yeah, that's what it was. We had Gravy Gator in a collab. I was in a collab with Gravy Gator last night. That's why you came up. Summer Phoenix, thank you for the follow. That's why you came up. All right. Now I feel better. Now that I understand why I was thinking about you recently. Now I understand. It's impossible not to love gravy. Gravy's a delight. Gravy is a delight. Let's see how I do on this one. I normally say if you need to raid and run, please do so, but I'm going to hold you a little bit hostage. Yeah, the Gravy Gators is a lovely young man. I'm gonna hold you hostage for a little bit because I'm doing your name. Yeah, it's you. Hello, Pickles. Pickles Little Dill sends me back to sending me back to sock prison. Yeah. Hello, Wild Fire Hydrant. Give me a second. I write it pretty. I mean, I don't know. For one thing, I'm a little bit self-conscious about the fact that, like, my left hand is, like, so... I'm so much clumsier with my left hand than my right hand. I'm very right-hand dominant. I don't know if I'm very right-hand dominant. I'm definitely right-hand dominant. This is, you know, this is the art form I do, right? This is the art form I do. I am a man of letters. Also, yeah, Wildfire. Check it out. I have a physical version of the sock puppet. Yeah, they're both by my friend Lady Saffron. They're both by my friend Lady Saffron. Lady Saffron, it was actually a really funny story because she has a physical one of herself as well. She has both a physical and a live 2D of herself as a sock puppet, Sockfron, as she calls it. And so I requested it. I was like, hey, I was like, Saf, can I get one of those sock puppet ones? And she was like, yeah, it'll be $99 and give me a week. And I was like, huh, that seems kind of expensive for a sock puppet, but, you know, I assume that she doesn't actually want to, like, do it a whole bunch. So I gave her the $99, and then, like, a week or two later, she emails me a bunch of live 2D, a live 2D file. Oh, Art Varian. Welcome in, Raiders. I guess I'm getting a lot of raids today. Welcome in, Art Varian. I suspect that you were also doing art. I suspect you were also doing art. Art Barian. Because Art Barian tends to do... No, you were not. You're doing Pokemon Emerald version. You were doing Pokemon Emerald version. How were the mons that you poked? How were the mons that were poked? We just got another raid, so I was still kind of catching up with them. Hoobs, hold on. Hoobs Lab Lubes. Hoobs Lab Lubes. Welcome in. Welcome in. Where's that supposed to be? Hoobesla Bloobs. Halesla Blue. I think Hoobs Labs Lube is Hoobs Lab Lubes is better. Which mod are you running? Immediately people are asking the important questions. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current sock puppet. Current sock puppet? Hoobs La Bloobs. Okay. And so, yeah, current sock puppet. You can see physical sock puppet. We are about to go into commercials. Yeah, Sockmontas real. Sockmontas real. Sockmontas real. And I was just telling the story about it. The sock, both the model and the physical sock were made by my friend Lady Saffron. Because she has those as well. And I asked her, I was like, hey, can I have one of the sock puppets of myself? And she was like, sure, that'll be $99. And I was like, dang, that's quite a bit, but all right. And so I give her the $99, and she's like, great, I'll have it to you within like a week. And I was like, whoa, that's pretty fast considering all the shipping and handling. And then she a week or two later, she emails me a live 2D file. She emails me a live 2D file of this model. And I go, Saffron, this is very lovely, thank you. But I meant the physical one. I was trying to get a physical sock puppet. And she goes, oh, lol. And a few weeks or months later, I can't remember what the timeline was. A few weeks or months later, she was in town. She was in Brooklyn. And she came over to my place for dinner, and I cooked her dinner because I like to impress people, and I'm a pretty confident cook. And then she gave it to me, right? She came over to my place and gave me a sock puppet. And that's how I've got the Sockmontases. Oh yeah, I'm a Brooklyn boy. I'm a Brooklyn boy. I'm a Brooklyn boy. I love Brooklyn. I love New York. I think New York is an amazing place to live. I think that people oversell the challenges of living here by quite a bit. I think most places I've lived in these United States have been worse. I've of course, yeah. Oh, okay. Wow, I'm barely getting the time to finish. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders. Artbarian, there's yours. I just finished it. Welcome in Raiders. I just used the snooze, so we're going to be getting hit by the ads. Welcome in Raiders. Welcome in Raiders. Kawaii me VT. How are you doing? What were you up to? Kawaii me VT. Minecraft. How was the Minecraft? Were you? I have actually never played Minecraft. I think this is my most insane nerd gap of knowledge. Even more so than the fact that I literally cannot name anybody who's actively in HoloLive at the moment. Wait, no, I can. I can name one person who's active in HoloLive at the moment. Crimson's in HoloLive, and I only know that because I was in a collab with him on Friday. That's a person in Holo. That's a Holo I can name. I can name one Holo. But you almost crashed out. Oh no. Hello, Zara Carbuncle. Hello, welcome in. It was the big, I had two really huge collabs. Yeah, Crimson Roost, yeah. I had two really huge collabs over the weekend. I had the John Ken Palm Rocks, Paper, Scissors tournament, which was like 25 people, I think, showed up. We had 32 scheduled, but there was unsurprisingly some cancellations, and so, yeah, we were down to 25. And then, last night, I was in the Mage Arena collab. I was in RG Noir's big Mage Arena collab. That rocked. That one was super cool. But yeah, yeah. I didn't get to talk to him very much. It was a big collab. There was a lot of people there. I didn't get to talk to him very much. But yeah, the Mage Arena is substantially more insane than it sounds. It is I think Noir can talk about it more intelligently than I can, but it is madness. Mage Arena is madness. Excalibur is actually the craziest part. Excalibur is the craziest part. Yeah, the big problem for me and Noir playing it more is that we just keep on playing Steel, Rabbit and Steel. We just keep on playing Buns of Steel. Yeah, Noir killed me like 8 times with the freaking sword. Alright, let's see if I can get Kawaii me. But yes. Yeah, I've never played Minecraft. I know it's like super ubiquitous, and there's people for whom that's like the game. I'm not much more for like mining crafting games as a rule. Hello, Uros Kleinerknecht. Welcome in. I'm doing okay. We are about to go into ads. We're about to go into ads. Kawaii, if you need to rate and run, that is fine, but I am writing your name, and I will continue writing your name after we get back from the ad break, because, oh my goodness, I do need to use the bathroom very, very badly. Yeah, and like Terraria is like still not is not goalful enough for me. And actually, no, Wildfire. The basis of my model is Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out. I can actually. There's actually a whole thing about this. Let me see if I can find it. There we go. There we go. There we go. There's an entire slideshow. That's what I showed to my artist. That Twitter thread is about the discussion I had with my artist about how I came up with my model, about how he came up with it. Actually, my contributions were minimal. He did the hard part. He did the hard part. You chilling until 2:30? All right. I'm assuming East Coast. Unless if you're on Central or something like that, it's like, wow, you're gonna be here for a minute. Okay, ads are going. We will be back. I need to use the bathroom really badly. Sorry about that. I was hungry. I was hungry. That's why I'm late. I was hungry. Thank you very much for your patience, folks. Thank you very much for your patience. All right, let's. And Wildfire Hydrant, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And let's keep on going here. Thank you, Pickles. Thank you, Hoobs Lubes. Hoobs Lab Lubes. Yeah, then the head pets. The head pets for the little guy. Favorite thing to teach while teaching? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I didn't really like teaching methods super much. I wasn't super a big fan of teaching methods. I did like teaching theory. I did like teaching theory more than I enjoyed. I didn't enjoy teaching methods super much. I did enjoy teaching theory. Might have been gender. Well, I was a sociology professor, Wildfire Hydrant, and so I am thinking about particularly like within sociology, like teaching sociological methods and techniques, which is honestly what I think most sociologists kind of prefer to talk about. I didn't find super gratifying. Yeah, I'm a very impractical person. Just in life. I think I'm a pretty impractical person. As you see by watching me be a VTuber doing calligraphy, right? I just say I'm old. Yeah. My little guy. Mwah. Love my little guy. We haven't given him a name. I think I might just make the decision offline, but I think it's gonna be. I'm leaning very much towards Inkwell. Yeah, I didn't find it very fun to teach stuff this kind of like solved. Quill comes up a lot, but I think Inkwell is the one I've liked the most. I think there's something's very cute about the name Inkwell. Yeah, I didn't really like teaching things that were kind of like known or like solved. Like if I was teaching something where the only thing I needed to teach somebody was like the basic facts, and those facts were just kind of like, here's what the best practices are. That wasn't like that interesting to me. As like a teacher, from like a teaching perspective. I did teach some things that were outside of my main area of expertise at a few points in my life, and I did like algebra. I did like teaching algebra. And trig. trigonometry is absolutely fucking insane to me as a subject. Like, the understanding of trigonometry that I had, like when I was a youth, before I did any teaching, was that trigonometry is just like a bunch of like random arbitrary like rules about like how angles relate to things. And actual trigonometry is this completely insane series of relationships between circles and triangles. And it's deeply strange and really interesting, and you can figure out a large percentage of trigonometry just by, like, drawing circles and lines. Like, isn't that crazy? And, like, I had students who did that. I had students who, like, figured out some pretty complicated trigonometric concepts just by, like, fiddling around with circles. Like, that was, I think, like, the big thing that made math really satisfying when I was able to teach it, the few times I was ever able to do so, was, like, you, like right now, you know everything in math. Like, you can do everything in math. Like it's you don't need a lot of, like, things to be good at math. And it's not very, like, skill-based. It's very creativity-based. And so, if you're curious about a mathematical concept, you will just, like, stumble into it backwards, like, all the time. And I'm not good at math, and so it was really interesting for me to watch people who were better than me at math, but had less education, right? Like, I had way more education in math, but these people were better than me at math in, like, every meaningful way. And it was really interesting to watch them, like, figure things out just from, like, wanting to understand how things related to each other. I feel like it's pretty easy to teach people to get into Rabbit and Steel. Rabbit and Steel is good, folks. Rabbit and Steel is really good. Oh, there's there's a hair there. And yeah, Hoops Love Looms, that's something that rules, right? That is something that absolutely rules about teaching things from, like, a theory standpoint. Is that you get to watch your students, like, just leapfrog, right? Like, leapfrog entire areas of the education system. And that's so cool, right? It's so cool. Those moments when your students just go flying over, where like, they're supposed to be. Like, it's so cool. It's so satisfying. Yeah, I didn't ever get to teach that. I did get to take some calculus-based physics, but not nearly as much as I think I would have liked to. I'm not gonna lie, the thing I really miss from college was staying up late at night with people, getting like after the party, not like during the party, but like after the party, having those like after party soulful conversations. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, those are such good moments, and they're so much rarer as you get older. You had a trash uni experience? Oh no. I'm sorry. I didn't party as much as I should have, if I'm honest. I think I would have been much happier and better off if I had partied a lot harder. I did not party very much. I worked really hard in school, and it was pretty stupid of me. Not as hard as I worked in grad school. In grad school, I was a maniac. When the standards went up, when I went to graduate school, I more than rose to the occasion. I responded very positively to the challenge. I don't watch. I watch very little. I watch very little TV. The TV show that I've been watching is City, the animation, which is amazing. Yeah, hoops. That's absolutely what I say. This is one of those things that I try to emphasize to people, and people find it. I think everybody knows this, but doesn't want to think about it very hard. The purpose, what a college degree says about you, what an employer is looking for when you have a college degree, is that they're looking for your etiquette. They're looking for you to be socialized in a specific way. They're looking for you to be socialized in a particular way. They like your actual skills are your hard skills are I would say when an employer looks at your college degree, they are assuming that their weight is 10% on the actual skills you learn in college, like the hard skills, and 90% on the socialization effect. Well, and see, Wildfire. I'm just a books guy, is what it is. I'm actually mostly a books guy. Whoop. Well, spelled wreck wrong, but that's okay. Yeah, Sharker, you're gonna have to get over that. I don't know what else to say. During I have taught a lot, Hoobs. I definitely taught classes both before and after I started learning calligraphy. Trying to get a minor I was not equipped or truly interested. Yeah, I got over the academic perfectionism pretty early. Again, I was only like a super good student in grad school. Like before grad school, I was only ever like, I think, an okay student. I was absolutely one of those students who was buoyed by my test scores. Hello, Lavioris. Also, hello, Insane Asylum. Yeah, I became a good student in graduate school. I became a good student in graduate school. I mean, my kind of joke about why I became a VTuber is that, I was working a white collar job. I quit being a professor before, like long before then. And all I was doing was emotional management for other white collar workers. Like I was doing like 1 hour a week of my actual job. And the rest of my job was just like being the cool guy to hang out with. And because we've got the cool guy to hang out with in the office, that means that the boss isn't having a nervous breakdown every week. Like, I, like, barely did my actual tasks. I was just kind of like an on-call therapist, which I don't have the training to do. I don't have the training for that. I don't actually hate it. I don't actually hate doing that. I probably would have been a very good therapist or minister if I had done the training for it. I probably would have loved it, but I don't have the training background, or in the case of ministry, truly fundamental qualifications to execute those professions at a minimum standard of skill. So I'm a VTuber, right? You know, yeah, different people have different takes on this. I personally think I'm less cool in person. Not everybody agrees. Hello, Matcha Mia. Not as a VTuber. I've The concept of by phantom pregnancy, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember. Phantom pregnancy is like, is that like when a person isn't actually pregnant, but they like develop pregnancy symptoms because of psychosomatic issues? Is that what you mean by phantom pregnancy? Otherwise, I have no idea. That's the only thing I can think of. As long as you help others. Of course. Of course. Of course. Kind of beefed that one. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I've never heard of that, but that's kind of interesting. Sorry if this gives you uncomfortable. That's okay. Laviars, I don't know what you would have said that would have made me uncomfortable unless a message got eaten. Let me take a quick look if something got auto-modded. You haven't said anything that would make me uncomfortable, so far. Unless you're going to say something that you're worried about making me uncomfortable, and I don't know. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Yes, we got backwards Montas today. Oh, hold up. Flub there that I did a very weak correction on. Oh. Tall and spiky, yeah. How am I always so stoic? Am I so stoic? I don't know. I'm not particularly like there is a stoic VTuber, but he seems just like a cool young guy to me. Like a hip young guy to me. But Stoicism is actually I'm not particularly a stoic. I prefer the cynics. Phantom pregnancy is an insane concept. I mean, it makes sense, right? It makes sense to me that, like, you... So I don't know the technical terms. I don't know the technical term for this. So forgive me. If we had the bird here, he might be able to tell me what the technical term was, but the bird is extremely unavailable at the moment. My understanding, right, is that as you can become immersed into a fictional environment, and that can change your that affects you, right? The most obvious one being nausea, right? That's kind of the really big one. And people often focus on, like, the way that this happens with VR chat and VR headsets. And I think that that's people being tricked by novelty. I think the reality is that humans have quite powerful imaginations. That's really what I think it is. Humans have quite powerful imaginations, and you can imagine yourself into all sorts of feelings and experiences that don't make sense for you to be experiencing. Well, it's not. I'm not just talking about escapism, right, Quincy? I'm talking about like fear. I am talking about nausea. I'm talking about pain. I know that for myself, right? I know that for myself, there's actually a pretty low level of like I can't. I can watch a... How do I say this? I have a very distinct memory of, in a safety video, right? A safety training video, watching a simulated, a not even particularly well simulated puncture. Right? Unfortunately, I've got my owl out so you can see me, right? You know, hold on, there we go. You know, a puncture into the hand, right? And just watching that level of poorly simulated puncture wound was enough to induce actual immediate physical pain in the palm of my own hand. So I, you know, yeah, sympathetic emotional reaction. And things like that can be induced by any thing that's immersive enough to you. It doesn't, people tend to focus on like a VR chat and a VR headset and stuff like that. This is just because of sci-fi writers. This is just because they've been tricked, because they believe silly things about science fiction writing. The reality is that, you can get that from a book. It requires very little. It requires just an active imagination. You can just Yume Joe the hell out. You can drive yourself crazy by just Yumaging out, right? It's not something that requires a particular amount of technical sophistication. It just requires an imagination and a will, right? To experience that. And so, I'm... That you could have, like, phantom pregnancy. It's like, oh yeah, that makes sense to me, right? That adds up. That doesn't sound, that strange. That all sounds like things that I can imagine. Oh, and saying, because when I think of Stoicism, I think of the Greek metaphysical claim, right? Stoicism in Greek metaphysics rests on a claim that there is only one object, right? So not an ancient Greek philosopher here, let alone an ancient Greek philosophy professor. But here's my understanding of Stoicism, right? Here's the core of my understanding of Stoicism. I've got the sheet of paper in front of me, okay? I have this sheet of paper in front of me, and some parts of the sheet of paper are black and some are white, and I crinkle it up a little bit, and you can see that there are parts of the sheet of paper that are high and that are low, and if I let go, they flatten out, and I can crinkle it up again, and it produces higher points, and I can probably, if I am careful, I can probably, without damaging the paper, produce 2 high points. Right? I can do this, right? So there's multiple, there's peaks and valleys and all this stuff. In Stoicism, these are all, this is what the universe is. This is what the universe is. So, you know, this black spot here that's faded, that's me, right? Or actually, hold on, let's, you know, this black spot right here is me. Let's use the letter. This ampersand is me, okay? The ampersand is me, and it's currently high. And now it's low, right? But it's still there, and it's still part of the same sheet of paper. Whatever happens, the sheet of paper is still here. And that means that the distinction between me, this ampersand, and you, the W, those are abstractions. They are illusions. They are me being fooled by accidents of my sensory perception. The actual reality is that we are all part of the same coexistive, coterminative object, one singular thing. And so any emotional reaction I have to being low or high is just irrationality. It is a betrayal of the dignity of my own life, right? It is, I bear no responsibility for things going better or worse. And that means I also should ideally, if I am a wise person, if I have wisdom, I will be immune to mood fluctuations based on what is happening around and to me. Because anything that's happening around and to me is just the universe reshaping, right? It's just the universe reshaping. It has nothing to do with justice or worth or value. There is no better and worse. There's just the sheet of paper. I'm actually not sympathetic. I am not sympathetic to this one. I have never found Stoicism particularly compelling. I found the Epicureans, the Charvakans I found quite convincing, and the Cynics. I found cynicism quite convincing. What are these words? They're explaining why you can read what's on screen. If somebody wants to, no, it's not. It's not. Hold on. I'm gonna reverse it. Did I disable this one? It would be really funny if I had this disabled, because I was genuinely surprised that nobody redeemed it while we were here. Oh, I did have it redeemed. I'm going to enable it so somebody can flip it if they want. But no, it's just, yeah, I'm surprised nobody, thank you, Noir, for pointing that out. We're 4 hours in before somebody pointed out that I disabled an important redeem. Not that one. No, thank you for that one. That one's nice. Oh, VTuber Toez Ucker. Thank you for the follow. There you go. See, hypnotherapy is over. Oh, that's fair. It changes the music is the main thing it does. Now, it also changes the background, but the background is the background is not visible underneath the camera. How you doing? Whose emote is that? I don't recognize this one. Sinu. I don't know Sinu. I don't know this Sinu. Wouldn't it be funny if I had like a little stuffed pig or something like that for moments like these? But yeah, now you guys can see what I see. How you doing, Akshi? Did I say that? Did I say that? Insane? I don't remember saying that. Huh, alright. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. I've been working on the left hand, as you can see. Ah, that's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Alright, alright. Bad L. Really bad L. LL, you might even say. Okay, it's good night for Noir? It's good night for Noir? Everyone say good night to Noir. I need a tuck emote. Oh, for me? Why is it good night for me? You guys should be able to set in 5 hours? That's awful. That's awful. Why do you have to be up at 7? That's fucked up. I got told to go to bed like 5 times in my during the collab. Not the Friday collab, during the VTuber the Rocks Paper Scissors collab. Yeah, 3 hours. 3 hours is about as much as I ever expect to get out of it. Yeah. I mean, good luck with the rheumatologist. Good luck with the rheumatologist. Okay, let's see if I can do a decent S. That's not too bad. They could do that in the afternoon. Okay, let's try to do this. So away, far, stretch. I think we should be okay if we go over here. Good night, dear. Stretch far away. Oh, I was actually gonna ask Noir something. Oh well, she's gone to bed. Locking in a little bit here. I can feel the muscle memory coming back like pretty cleanly. This is actually pretty neat. Remember, folks, nations were invented in the 19th century by poets to sell more poems. Let's give myself a big stretch on that note.
Discord, are you ready for the Game Wars?
So let's see.
I know exactly what I ask.
I'm looking for some old friends.
I'll sit here.
We will do whatever it takes!
Fortune favors the brave.
Jeez. That's an insane amount of bleeding. Let's test something. Let's just do a quick bleed test. That's weird. There shouldn't be. I don't know. I don't know. Let's test something here. I'm just... I don't know. I can tell that you guys are not hearing the music that I am listening to because I am listening to, I am listening to some astrophysics in the background. Is what I am listening to. That's my background music during this stream. Oh, knocked my camera. Wow. Let's try this again. Nope. That's okay. Fuck it. Batard! I never do backwards Batard, but I love Batard, so let's give it a shot. There we go. There we go. Oh, that rules. God, going from Gothic Ds to Batard Ds. This is like a huge downgrade in terms of overall quality, but like... I've also, like, almost never done it, so... That's pretty bad-o. The S's have not been turning out too bad. How are we doing on... What's the ad timer say? Oh, 10 seconds. Okay, we're going. We're going. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, right. We're back. We're back. We are back. This man is back. The back man. Baxwell. Backington. Back at action. Specker, thank you for the follow. Specker, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Okay, yep, not going insane, just actually is suffering to do this There we go. Look at the contrast there. Look at that contrast. Holy crap. Holy crap. That is a contrast. Good gravy. Good gravy. I gotta get some new guidelines. Just using lined paper is, I think, not cutting it anymore. Now let's try... I think this pen's empty. I think this pen should have ink in it. It does. Cider Martin, hello. Hello, good to see you. Good to see you. Oh boy. That is some bleeding. Holy moly. $1,700. Oh my goodness. 1700s gingerbread cookies. Tell me how they turned out. That sounds delightful. That sounds delightful. I would love to do that. You're good, not insane sound, don't worry about it. Nutmeg, mace, caraway, coriander, and a bunch of ginger. And cloves. Okay, okay. That's a pretty spicy cookie. That's a pretty heavily spiced cookie. That's quite a few things happening there. I'm kinda into it. I'm thinking about I'm like turning this around in my mouth. I don't have a good enough sense about single spice cooking with mace. I've been a cooking YouTuber made the suggestion to just try out doing some single spice cooking, just to like get yourself used to what it's like to like just really taste a single specific spice, and like get yourself familiar with that specific spice and understand how it plays together. But I've never done that with mace. I feel like I understand enough about how coriander and nutmeg play together, and ginger, of course, that I can kind of like place this together. How much sugar did it have? That's kind of what I'm wondering, guys. How much sugar? Okay. Because like 1700s is this kind of transitional state on sugar, where like sugar starts to become like radically more popular than it had been before. And so that's like, I don't know, it's just something that's kind of interesting in like the history of cooking. One of the things that's really interesting to me, Cider Martin, that you just, that I was trying to remember, this was the part that I was like racking my brain about for the last moment, was molasses used to be sweeter, which I find genuinely really interesting. That there's like a substantial difference in the sweetness of molasses over time. And the main reason for it is that molasses, we've gotten better at extracting the sugar from molasses, is what it is, all right? Like molasses and sugar is a separation of the same thing. You start with is it called blackstrap, or is it some other term? But you start with this like pseudo proto molasses, and that's what you squeeze the sugar out of, right? You refine the sugar out of it. And because we are better at refining sugar, molasses, which is functionally a sugar byproduct, has become less sweet over time. And I think that's interesting. I do like molasses a lot, though. What? Molasses. Oh. Thinking. Oh. Jeez, insane. That's... Jeez. Is there a more dishonest type of person than the USMC recruiter? Jesus. I think this might be where I'm at. Folks. This might be where I'm at. This might be what has happened to me. I think I fell off a cliff in the last 20 minutes. I think I fell off a cliff in the last 20 minutes. I can't think straight anymore. Yeah, I can usually go a little bit longer with calligraphy streams, but doing the backwards calligraphy is substantially more cognitively draining. It does use up more of my brain power by a decent margin to write like this, and my head is shot right now. My head is shot right now. Oh, I could tell. I could tell. I could tell. I could tell. Oh my god, my head. Oh. Nice. So you can see the forward one now. That might be the end for me. I might be dead. I may in fact be dead at this very moment. I do normally like to go a little bit longer, but I think I'm going to have to call it there. In the interest of not burning myself out too badly, and I do have some things I want to get done. Yeah, because those aren't words of affirmation. They're a reminder that the camera is in fact backwards. They're reminded the camera is in fact backwards. I am trying to decide on a raid target is part of what I am hemming and hawing about right now. I have two in mind. There are two people who make sense to me as raid targets. Maybe three. Okay, okay, so, just tell me, well, let's just see if somebody's got a strong feeling, just from the jump, right? The, Ronan is playing Witcher 3, Ratmost is doing Observation Duty 7, and Bonicula is doing Dragon's Dogma Online. Those are the ones that make the most sense to me. So we've got three different queer women who are queer in different ways, who are queer in slightly different ways, that we can raid. You want to pull it? We can pull it. Unless somebody's like, oh, we got it. The most recent one of those I've rated is Ronan? Really? The most recent one I've rated of those is Ratmouse. We can go to Ronan. We can go over to Ronan's. So let's /raid. Ronan Storia. Ronan's a dear old friend. Fellow old. She is playing Witcher 3, which is a game I like. This was actually the tab. This was actually where I had parked my lurk. Was on Ronan's. Oh, hold on. I forgot about something very important. Something very, very important. The schedule for the week. The schedule for the week is, tomorrow I am going to be at Kayukuma's. Let's give a shout out to Kayukuma, so that you can follow him. And that's Kayukuma. Please follow him so that you will see when I am live tomorrow, right? That's where I'll be, is Kayukuma's. So that's where I will be, is at Kayukuma's. That's we'll be doing a hairy guy yap. The only other stream that I am planning on doing this week is on Thursday. I want to stream horses. I heard that horses is, my understanding of horses is that it is, Steam's most hated game. It's very strange. There's been a very huge controversy around it. I am curious. It is not banned on Twitch. It is not banned on Twitch. It does not actually look from the outside like that big of a deal to me. We will see how much it is. The idea behind it is that my understanding is it's kind of like a job simulator that is about slavery. Right? It is a job simulator about slavery and abuse. It's a bit of a horror game. Yeah. The reason why it has raised my interest is that Steam banned it from the platform without comments and has refused appeal multiple times, as has Epic. But itch.io says it's like just a normal game. Itch.io is just like, I don't know. Itch.io was like, we don't know what they're talking about. Itch.io is like, what do you mean? I guess this is a horror game, but this is fine. The how long to complete says it's about 2 hours. It says it's about 2 hours, which is not that bad. So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm curious. I'm curious to see if it is actually that spooky, scary, horrifying of a game, or if it's something else. I have a suspicion. I don't want to give too much of my analysis away before Thursday. But yes. Yes. The Discord is the easiest place to find me. The socials are not the easiest place to find me, but I'm modestly active on them. Let's go say hi to Ronan. Let's go say hi to Ronan. Please be nice to her. She is nice to me. And I will see you all tomorrow at 10:15 at Kayukuma's and Thursday at 10 p.m. here. See you all soon. Love you. Goodbye.